Prime Minister John Briceño. That is why you can see us having all of these loans being approved, right? And the member from Mesopotamia spoke about the projects that they're being, that we're investing in. He said education, he said infrastructure, he said disaster risk, right? Our member from Toledo West correctly pointed out that these are the things you do when you develop a country. And so, specifically now to this loan motion, and I am pleased to be sharing this on behalf of the Ministry of Education, the following. Let me start first by underlining most broadly what it is that investment in early childhood education does. It yields lifelong cognitive, social, and economic benefits. In terms of cognitive and educational development, it helps you with school readiness. It helps you with long-term academic success. It helps the child with STEM proficiency. A second grouping, social and emotional growth. It helps with behavioral improvements. It helps with crime reduction, and this is research results. We're embroiled right now in a conversation in our nation about the factors that affect young people, the factors that affect crime, and the factors that affect family, etc. Early childhood education is one of the most important investments you can make to address these things. In terms of health and well-being, the evidence is clear that it helps with physical and mental health going on, and this is lifetime for the child. Economic returns, it increases earning potential for those who do get that opportunity compared to those who don't. So there's a high rate of return for taxpayers in investing in early childhood education, and certainly in empowering women with employment opportunities as well. So if I could turn now then to the exact precise work that is going to be done by this very, very important investment, this investment in development of our people. I'd like to maybe remind especially our friends from across the aisle, that this is all not just haphazard. It's based on years of proper planning. This is on a foundation that has been laid in terms of the development of a national early education framework that has been put into place. And this funding now is coming for us to be able to implement those plans. I will just read very briefly, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, a couple pieces out of the framework. The vision statement of our framework for early education says the following. It said, the preschool competency-based curriculum is a comprehensive guide for stakeholders to provide young children with quality education, to be confident, resilient, and critical thinkers. Preschoolers will be intrinsically motivated to explore their world through play and to become independent, lifelong learners. It goes on to say that in terms of the values underpinning the whole framework, there is unity in diversity, that's one. Being hospitable, that's two. Being cooperative, that's three. Being responsible, that's four. Understanding equity. Being virtuous. Having faith in God. And understanding that it's important to safeguard young children and protect their growth as they are going through this important phase of their life. So I invite you to go and look at the foundation, the Early Childhood Education National Framework as a basis for what is being done here. I will now go through with you the precise project and tell you, give you some details on it. Again, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will read from my notes here. So this project is a major initiative of the government of Belize, funded by the World Bank's IDA, and it has two core objectives: to expand access to quality, inclusive, early childhood care and education, ECCE, for Belizean children up to the age of 4. It's to create employment and economic opportunities for women, particularly those in caregiving and in the ECCE sectors. We've heard already the two funding pieces that adds up to 24.78 million, including the grant. In terms of where it will be delivered, there are 5 priority preschools that will have new construction in the first phase, and they include the following from the following communities: Belama, Lords Bank, Kikaka, San Pedro Town, Lockett Strike Village. Throughout the project, approximately 60 new preschool classrooms will be built, either attached to existing preschools or as standalone facilities. Each will include toilets, playgrounds, teaching materials, and trained staff. In terms of rehabilitation of existing preschools, which is subcomponent 1.2 for 3.5 million US. 10 preschools have been prioritized for rehabilitation in the first phase, spanning multiple districts. Angela Casey in Cayo, roof resurfacing. Armenia Development Preschool, bathroom repairs, lighting, water pump. Valley of Peace Christian School, doors, eaves, painting, gate, and bathroom repairs. Port Loyola, roofing repairs. Lloyd Coffin, plumbing. Golden Star Government School in Toledo, windows. Trio, bathrooms. Midway, doors and locks. Santa Cruz, floor tiles and bathroom repairs. Trial Farm in Orange Walk, playground, drainage, and sidewalks. In total, 30 preschools serving approximately 1,500 children will be rehabilitated. These schools will receive infrastructure and play space repairs, new furniture, and learning materials and teacher training. Then, in component 2, there will be system-wide capacity and coordination. So training for up to 600 ECCE practitioners. That will include teachers, daycare workers, and center directors. Development of a national quality assurance framework for early childhood services, and the coordination across the Ministries of Education, Human Development, and Finance. In terms of women empowerment, as we know, we have said a number of times, female labor force participation is about 43.6%, significantly lower than that of men, which is about 72%. Primarily because women bear a disproportionate caregiving burden due to limited affordable childcare. So this project addresses that in the following ways. 3,500 women will benefit from improved employment pathways and training opportunities 3,500. 300 new jobs will be created in the ECCE sector. Training subsidies and referral systems will help women access skills development and job markets. And we know that men are currently 2.4 times more likely than women to enroll in TVET programs, and so the project aims to address that gap as well. Overall, then, we will have 6,500 children, including 3,250 girls, access to quality ECC services, prioritizing disadvantaged communities. That's 6,500 children overall. 3,500 women, the 600 practitioners, and then overall it will impact 380 preschools with infrastructure upgrades, furniture, and learning materials. Additionally, 4,000 people will benefit from climate-resilient infrastructure improvements. So, the first 5 new schools were chosen as a part of a pilot to be validated and that will scale up. So that is why we have 5 in the first instance. We already mentioned that that includes Belama, Lords Bank, Kikaka, San Pedro Town, and Lucky Strike Village. Right? Accountability, that was a question that was asked. The project operates under rigorous World Bank fiduciary standards, including independent financial management, procurement oversight, annual work plans, and monitoring against clear targets. A grievance redress mechanism, imagine even that is in there, allows communities to raise concerns, and progress is regularly reported to Cabinet and the World Bank. So this project demonstrates our government's commitment to Belize's most vulnerable and promising populations, our youngest children and women. Investing in the first 5 years of life builds a foundation for the next 50. Empowering women economically strengthens families and the nation. I'd like to close by expressing gratitude to the World Bank and certainly to all the persons involved in putting this together, from the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, and certainly from Ministry of Human Development. And we will continue, we will remain committed to transparent, accountable, and community-driven implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Korazabi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I am very grateful to this government under the leadership of PM Briceño for being so responsive to the social ills that we face as a country. I have gone on record in Cabinet to say that the problems we currently face are not problems that just surge out of nowhere yesterday or today even. They are problems that should have been addressed 10, 15 years ago. The youth, the young people, the children that come into the system through the Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs Ministry are children that in the previous administration were 3, 4, 5, 10. Now they are ranging in the ages of 15 to 25. And these are the youth and the children that are at risk. And I've gone on record to say in Cabinet, and members of Cabinet will hold me to this, that I increasingly say that the investments that should have been made 13 years, 15 years ago, that were not made for our children, for our families, for our women, are the problems that have come back to haunt us in this day and age. It is far easier, far cheaper, and makes more economic sense that we should have taken and invested in our people, invested in our young, invested in our women, invested in our families. And then we would not have to be purchasing guns and ammunition. We would not have to be investing in trying to fix the problems that were easily and cheaper to address back then. Had the previous government, the previous UDP government, invested in other things than parties and PIBIL, then we would not have the problems that we have today. It is easier to address the issues head on than to stick your head in the sand and hope they will go away. They get bigger and they get more expensive and are more detrimental to us as a Belizean society now. When they are bigger, when the problems now are generational, because those children that were 3 and 4 and 5 are now teenagers and young adults, with another generation that is coming to the Department of Human Services, that are coming to family support and are coming back to gender affairs. So it's a vicious cycle that we're starting. The problem is not the loans. The problem is what we invest in and what we choose to invest in. And I want to go and say to the member of Mesopotamia that we are not running this government like a panade shop. We are not running the government as if it were our panade shop. We are running the government responsibly, sir. Like fried chickens, please, whatever it is. We are investing in the things. We are investing. We are not running it as if it were our own business. We are investing where the investment needs to be made. We are investing in the people. And let me tell you why this project really matters. This project will invest approximately $24 million. It will invest in expanding early childhood care and to increase women's economic participation across Belize. I know that the member from Dangriga has already gone through a lot of the details. So I want to say that this investment makes economic sense, because when you invest in children, when you invest in women, you cannot go wrong. The project is expected to generate a benefit to cost ratio ranging from 12.5 to 2.4, depending on the assumptions that are used. And this means that every dollar invested is expected to generate between $2.40 up to $12.50 in economic benefits over time. So it is a smart investment. The project has an estimated internal rate of return of approximately 21%, and that is significantly higher than the borrowing cost of concessional financing. Again, economic sense. Even under conservative assumptions, this project remains economically viable, with sensitivity testing showing returns ranging from 4% to 26%. So, the international research consistently shows that investments in early childhood development generate some of the highest returns available to governments. And research led by James Heckman has found that high-quality early childhood investments can generate annual returns of 7% to 13% per year through better educational achievement, higher lifetime earnings, reduced crime, and improved health outcomes. And the World Bank notes that children who receive quality early childhood services are far more likely to enter school ready to learn, complete more years of education, earn higher incomes as adults, and require fewer social interventions later in life. Something that the previous government failed to do, failed to note, and failed to act upon. Increased access to child care also raises female labor force participation, which contributes directly to economic growth. The IMF has estimated that closing Belize's significant gender gap in labor force participation could increase national GDP by approximately 20%. These are not insignificant numbers. Empowering girls and women drives global prosperity, and that is what we want here in Belize. It drives education, resources, and equal opportunities, break the cycle of poverty, because women and young girls have the power to break poverty in just one generation. Empowering women makes fiscal sense, makes financial sense, and these investments help to close those gender gaps, create better outcomes for health outcomes for the entire family, not just the women and the children, and breaks cycles of abuse and makes Belizean families ultimately stronger. And so this loan has the support on behalf of the people of Corozal Bay. Thank you very, very much for this investment in our women, our girls, our children. And, you know, we should prioritize more of the investment in our people where it is needed. Thank you.
Sir Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the loan motion that is before us. That is the International Development Association, Belize Early Childhood Development and Female Empowerment Project, US $23.5 million. Mr. Speaker, allow me to start out by recognizing and thanking our Prime Minister, the Honorable Member from Orange Walk Central, for presenting this motion. And certainly I want to thank all the other members who have risen in full support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, it makes me wonder, what is wrong in investing in the future of our nation, our children? What is wrong in investing in empowering our women? And I ask that question, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the presentation made by two members of the opposition. You know, they really and truly showed their slip, the true color of their slip. They spinned around, showed a great level of ignorance and hypocrisy, spoke against the motion, and came back to end by saying that they support the motion. Mr. Speaker, they really need to make up their minds. Are you in or are you out? And no wonder, just the very way they behave here in this house signals that indeed what some of their senior members of their party are saying is that indeed they are in trouble. How, in the name of a good conscience, in the name of a good leader of the opposition, speak against such a very important investment? Mr. Speaker, I will not go into the details because my colleagues have spoken about the research and the importance of early childhood education. But I can say one thing, that when you build the foundation of your nation, you are on the right track. So an investment in our children in early childhood education, capacity building and training, and we heard the numbers, over 600, teachers are going to be trained, the amount of women, over 3,000 women who will receive relevant technical training is significant. So why in a good conscience would we support such an important investment? Why would they not support? That's what I'm referring to. Why would the opposition speak so badly against it? Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you today, our government is future focused. And it doesn't matter how much they come here and criticize and grandstand, we are focused on the future. And we understand one thing, that if we are going to build a good nation, if we are going to bring socio-economic development to our country, to our people, then we must invest in our children and in our women. The statistics show, as was said, that we barely have about 43% of our women in the workforce. They are underrepresented, and certainly there is a big gap. And if we are going to improve that, then it is initiatives and projects like these that are going to ensure that we have more of a woman relevantly trained and ensure that they can participate in meaningful development of our nation. But I want to go to the hypocrisy of the opposition. As we listen to the member from Albert, Madam Leader of the Opposition, it makes you think and wonder the way she spoke. It is as if she was never in government. And may I remind her, and may the nation remind her, that she presided, along with her government, over $1 billion that was squandered in Petro-Carib money and oil money. And what do they have to show? I represent a constituency that is rural. $1 billion spent in Petro-Carib and oil money, along with all the other millions that were squandered. Did we see improvement in the Toledo district? No, nothing. We could not even get 3 culverts under the former Prime Minister, your leader, Madam Leader of the Opposition. We could not get that. Today, listen to me, today, we have not only built bridges on the San Jose Road, we have fixed the road, and in the next couple of months, we are going to be paving that road to San Jose. That's what development is. 13 long years and billions of dollars spent. Jalacte, San Vicente, San Benito Poite did not have electricity. Today, under People's United Party government, they are being electrified. 13 long years. 13 long years. Mabilha has a new water system. Mafredai has a new water system.
Member for Albert. I recognize the member for Albert.
You. Pardon? The number. No, I want the number. I asked you. I challenge you now.
Leader of the Opposition. He is not Leader of Opposition, I'm asking. you already stated that you're asking for relevance. Can the member for Njok, Toledo, continue?
Mr. Speaker, relevance.
Again, it's important to point out, she started this, She started to talk about debt and started to talk about all kind of thing. She started talking about all sort of matter. So I tried to call her attention. She won't continue. You were gracious enough to allow her to continue. So we should allow our colleague from Dong So to be able to speak about all the great work that the People's United Party have done that they never did in 13 years. So, come on.
Member for Toledo West, can you continue?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for
Much
Albert, what is
obliged,
your
much obliged,
point of
Mr.
order?
Speaker. Much obliged.
I believe he has recognized me, so if you can have a seat. Sir?
Member
but-
for Albert,
Member,
I will
this-
now ask you what is the point
Exactly.
of order.
Allow me
The
to-
Speaker
he
said
needs
for
to
me to
sit.
proceed.
He needs to have a seat. I'm on my feet.
What is the point of order, Member for Albert?
The point of order is, when we speak about loan motions, it is relevant to speak about other loans. The member for Toledo East is not speaking about any loans. Or
West.
Toledo East, Toledo West, whichever Toledo. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that his presentation is not relevant to the loan motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I take... Sorry.
It is relevant because he is talking of those, you see, their loans help for all of the work that they're doing, including water systems and electricity and roads and culverts and bridge, all of because of the monies that we borrow. So it has great relevance, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Toledo West, can you
if I
please
am allowed
proceed?
to continue, I do not take lightly the remark made by the leader of the opposition when she referred to the constituency saying whichever Toledo. Toledo matters, and Toledo West matters. I proudly represent Toledo West, and I hope that the people of Toledo West will remember your remarks, Madam Leader of the Opposition, when you try to go and visit them. But Toledo matters. I will continue. You know, Leader of the Opposition, it's obvious that you're very thin-skinned. It is obvious, because I will say to you, there is much relevance in my presentation, because both of you spoke about the money spent and what did we achieve with the money. And that's the point I want to make here today, that the investment made by this government are relevant, they are important, and most importantly, you can see them on the ground. They have been transformative, and they have made the lives of our people across this country better. You know, I've sat here countless sitting of the House sessions, and I can readily recall the member, in fact, all members from that side, speaking so vehemently against the investments in our infrastructure. And it makes you wonder, if you were in government, what would you do? What would be your proposals? What would be your solutions to the development of this country? I will say to you, all the money that this government has borrowed, and one of the things is you have raised infrastructure, and today, when we travel from here to Belize City, you see the ongoing work that is happening. And why is that relevant? It is relevant because it is going to ensure that we have a state-of-the-art highway that will allow us to be able to grow economically as a nation. But it's like you deliberately put your head in the sand and refuse to see what this government has done. This government has invested in helping the cane farmers, has invested in helping the citrus industry, the tourism industry. So the point I am making here is that the government has a duty to ensure that, yes, we borrow prudently and that we invest wisely to ensure economic development. And I want to remind... of course, the rice farmers. Thank you, Prime Minister. I want to remind the leader of the opposition, you sat there as a cabinet minister when no other than your former leader said he would borrow and borrow and borrow till he can't borrow no more. Those are the words of your leader, your former leader. And that is why in 2020, where were we? Borrowing $1 million a day. Our GDP to external debt ratio, as you rightfully mentioned, leader of the opposition, was over at 131%. Today, that has been reduced by less than half, or by more than half. That is what this government has been doing. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that I fully support this loan motion. We on this side of the House will not apologize for investing in our children, because that is a sound and right decision that we are making. We will not apologize in investing in our women, because we need to empower and support our women across this country to ensure that they have the relevant training and skills and that they can rightfully take their place in national development of our country. So today, I proudly support this loan motion, and I urge everyone to do so. I thank you.
Recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somebody said this once: early childhood education is of paramount importance to us in the Albert constituency. This was said by the leader of the opposition back in 2019 in our Facebook post. But I wonder if she has changed her mind, because the way she came on today, talking a whole lot of points and opposing to the motion in some parts, you don't like the truth. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of this motion seeking the approval for the concessional financing agreement between the government of Belize and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for the Belize Early Childhood Development and Female Empowerment Project. Mr. Speaker, this is not only a simple loan motion. This is an investment motion. It is an investment in our children, in our women, in our families, and ultimately in the future prosperity of Belize. This project, Mr. Speaker, before us will provide US $23.5 million in highly concessional financing to improve access to quality early childhood and education, childhood care and education, expand opportunities for women in the workforce, strengthen our national systems that support families, and ensure that every Belizean has the capacity to respond rapidly in times of crisis of emergency. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about development, we must understand that development is not only roads and bridges and buildings, but development is also investing in people. Development is also ensuring that every child has the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to succeed. Development is ensuring that mothers have access to child care so that they can pursue employment and contribute to the economy. And development, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that the foundations for lifelong success are laid in the earliest years of a child's life. The evidence is overwhelming. Every dollar invested in early childhood development yields significant returns through improved educational outcomes, increased productivity, better health, and of course, reduced social costs. And this motion recognizes that reality. Under this initiative, Mr. Speaker, Belize will see the construction and expansion of preschool classrooms, improvements to existing early childhood services, support for child care centers, assistance for ECC practitioners, strengthening of information systems, workforce development, and greater opportunities for women to participate meaningfully in our economy. Mr. Speaker, this government understands that nation building requires vision. It requires confidence in our people. It requires making investments today that will produce benefits for generations to come. And that is why I find it very astonishing that members of the opposition would seek to oppose or criticize a motion designed to support Belizean children and Belizean women. The Belizean people, however, Mr. Speaker, deserve to hear the truth. When the UDP was in government, they borrowed extensively and irresponsibly. They borrowed, as the member for Toledo West said, they borrowed repeatedly. Yet, Mr. Speaker, too often those borrowings failed to deliver transformational improvements in the lives of ordinary Belizeans. The Belizean people were left with mounting debt and limited results to show for it. Today, the same individuals who accumulated debt without adequately investing into human development now want to lecture this government about borrowing. Mr. Speaker, there is a fundamental difference. As I said, they borrowed irresponsibly. We are borrowing strategically. They borrowed without a clear focus on people. We are investing directly in people. They borrowed and left many Belizeans behind. We are investing so that no child and no family is left behind. Mr. Speaker, this government is not borrowing to finance wasteful expenditures. We're not borrowing to sustain political patronage. We are not borrowing to enrich a privileged few. We are borrowing to build classrooms. We are borrowing to support working mothers. We are borrowing to create opportunities for women. We are borrowing to strengthen education. We are borrowing to improve human development outcomes. We are borrowing to prepare Belize for the future. That is the difference between those people over that side and this government led by our Honorable Prime Minister, the member from Marijuak Central, the Honorable John Briceño. And let us, Mr. Speaker, remember that this financing comes from one of the world's most respected development institutions under highly favorable terms. And the repayment period spans decades, includes a grace period, and reflects the confidence that international partners have in Belize and in the stewardship of this administration. The World Bank is not investing in Belize, Mr. Speaker, because of political slogans. It is investing because it recognizes that this government has a clear vision for development and a credible plan for implementation. Mr. Speaker, throughout our country, parents are working hard every day to provide a better future for their children. Mothers are balancing employment and childcare responsibilities. Families are making sacrifices so their children can succeed. This motion is designed for them. It is designed for the young child entering preschool. It is designed for the mother seeking employment. It is designed for the family striving for a better life. And it is designed for the future of Belize. And I would also submit that any member of this Honorable House who genuinely believes in empowering women, supporting children, and creating opportunities for future generations should have no difficulty in supporting this motion. Exactly. The Belizean people are watching, Mr. Speaker. They will see who is prepared to invest in children and families and who is prepared to play politics with their future. This government chooses investment. This government chooses opportunity. This government chooses development. And this government, Mr. Speaker, surely chooses the people of Belize. I therefore give my full support to this motion and urge all honorable members to vote in favor of this important investment in our nation's future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues that they have done such a wonderful job in wrapping up this debate. And again, sometimes, members of the opposition, they just can't help themselves. They started out well because they know it is a good program that we are using monies to be able to, borrowing these monies to invest in our children, young people, and women. And so they know that they can't come to this house to oppose it. But then they say yes, they will support it, but then after start to throw all kind of stuff.
We will now resume the House session for today. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I was saying earlier, that, you know, it's for a minute, you know, I felt that, you know, we would be here having both sides support a bill that is worthy, a bill that addresses pressing issues, access to early childhood learning for kids, especially in areas where it's most needed, working with entrepreneurs, working with women, creating opportunities, child care centers, all of that. And the leader of the opposition started well. But then after that, then she started moving away from all of the goodwill that she was getting, not only here, but even with the public, and then started to become very negative in trying to kind of confuse the Belizean people. You should sit here and learn something, young lady. If you will stay here, you'd learn something, man. You know? Okay, you'd have learn something if you know, but maybe you know could tell, all right? Okay, all right. So let me talk about thin skin. Anyway, just to correct the records, because obviously the leader of the opposition have selective learning. You know, he learns something and forget the rest, or you know, learn everything, or deliberately distorts the truth. Pick one. I'm not accusing her of any, but it's one of them. Let's start with the public debt. In 2008, when the UDP came into government, the public debt was at $2.3 billion. And you go check Central Bank, check Finance, World Bank, anywhere. By the time they left, 13 years later, the public debt was at $4.2 billion. So it's because they increased the debt by $2 billion. They pretty much almost doubled it. Of that, the domestic debt was $250 million when this came in, and by the time they left, it was at $1.3 billion in public debt. The external debt was $1.9 billion, and by the time they left, it was at $2.9 billion. So they borrowed $1 billion outside of Belize. Now, the PUP government, we started off at $4.2 billion. And now, on the budget estimates, when we said it all, the public debt now stands at $4.676 billion. So you could say about $450 million around. And these are the official numbers. That's what is going on. The external debt, it's at 2.98, has only gone up by $80 million. The external debt, because remember, as we borrow, we pay. Follow it? We pay. No, we're paying loans that you all made and previous governments, so we have been paying. We've been hundreds of millions of dollars we've paid. So the net increase is only $80 million. Now on the external debt, internal debt, no, from the domestic banks, that gone up by $400 million, Belize. That's what they got up. But not take into consideration, we have made two critical investments in this country. We bought over Port of Belize for $187 million. So you deduct that from the $400 million. We bought over Fortis and BL. That's another $240 million. So basically, that $400 million that we have borrowed internally, honorable member from Mesopotamia, we have invested it in companies that will bring you back money. That's what we did. You know, borrow for God, spend. It's an investment. So that is how you give account for the $500 that the debt has increased. So in effect, if you were to remove that, our debt would not have increased. You follow me? Despite we borrow, but we pay more than what we borrow. I know it kind of hard for make you understand. But well, I'll sit down with you, I'll give you the ABCs, no? So that's, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that, man. You don't, I want to jump to the blue phone. The problem with you are that the TNC went twice to try to pitch the blue bond. And you know what? One, they either never understand what they're representing to them, or B, they realize, hey, we can't hustle on this bit, so we're not interested. They did not get it done. Twice, I said, no, what's your point of order?
That language.
No, that's not, what's your point of order?
No.
What is your point of order? I will not yield until you tell me what's your point of order. What's your point
You
of
need
order?
to have a seat, sir.
I will not yield until you
Are
give me
you
the point
the
of order.
speaker of this house, sir?
I am asking.
Are you the speaker?
I have a right.
Member-
Any one of
members-
us, including
You
yourself.
can
Members.
speak to the,
Well,
you can speak to
Mr.
the
Speaker,
chair,
I
not
will
to
not
me.
yield until she tells me what's the point of order.
You need to yield.
Members.
He's the chair.
I've addressed the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not yield until she says what is the point of order.
You can't do that, sir.
Member from Albert, can you please share the point of order?
Improper motives.
That's,
He used unparliamentary language, and he suggested improper motives. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am asking for that to be struck off the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I said no such thing. Let me tell you what I said. I said that the previous government was unable to comprehend, to understand, to figure out, pick one word, what is it that was being proposed to them. It was either that, or maybe some people may think, you know, no money they have to make. I never accuse anybody. It has to be one or the other. So you pick. I not accuse anybody of doing anything. So there's nothing to pull back. I was not giving. Did I say you? Did I say any? I am saying what happened back then. But coming back to this, Mr. Speaker, the debt that they are making such a big deal, which is that how we with the borrow and the borrow, with the borrow but with the pay. We don't have pay like them. And I'm coming to that when I give you what happened with the super bond. Now this is very interesting. In 2020, when we got into government, GDP was at $4.1 billion. 4.1. By the end of 2024, you know what was the GDP, Mr. Speaker? $6.4 billion. And by the end of 2025, our GDP was over $6.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. So our economy, nominally in numbers, by value size, Mr. Speaker, has gone up has grown by 58% since 2020. 58%. That's what our economy has grown. And these are numbers you could go verify at the Central Bank, at the Ministry of Finance. In just these 5 years, the economy grew by over $2,400 million, or almost 5 times, or 500% than the money that we have borrowed during that time, the other $500 million. So the debt to GDP has been cut from 133% to now roughly 67%. It's miraculous. They come here beating us for that and talking bad for it, talking about it, when internationally, everywhere we go, countries are asking us, how did you manage to accomplish this? You should be proud. It's the Belize that benefit. I know we benefit. It's Belize, for some, I wish you could start to think about Belize. Because you know what? Remember from Albert? By 2030, you will not be sitting here. The PUP are waiting on that term. So just be good and work together and show people that you have political maturity. So that maybe then later on they might consider giving you a chance. Huh? Shiny come up? Well, that's what he says, and the man, he's saying and change the constitution. Now, what you speak about the blue bond. Now, let me remind you what's happened under the blue bond. And allow me to be able to read this, Mr. Speaker. Under the blue bond, Belize, not the NC, not the DFC, not the Americans or some foreigners, Belize, our negotiators, because it is our negotiators that met with the bondholders. We secured a 45% discount from what Belize owed under the super bond contract. Now the original principal for the super bond was $526,502,100. During COVID, again, of course, everything at COVID, fault, no? Belize asked bondholders to capitalize interest, increasing the principal outstanding to $52,901,232. An additional $18,241,763 was owed and unpaid in interest up to October 19, 2021. And a principal reinstatement of $58 million, $58,441,733 would have come due had Belize defaulted on the bonds. Taken together, the principal, capitalized interest, past due interest, and principal reinstatements, Belize was on the hook for $629 million, $584,728. When they come in, it was at $526 million. We didn't read the thousand. By the time they left, the bond never gone down. It went up to $629 million US dollars. So now the 45% discount wipes off $257 million US dollars at Belize owed. 257 million. That's $500 million Belize dollars that we saved there. So the total debt reduction included the principal reinstatement in US, $315 million. When you add everything that was owed. So the first amount is just the original, but when you add everything, he said the principal reinstatement is at $315 million. 87% of the bondholders agreed. They signed up. They endorsed Belize's offering, far exceeding 75%. We need to get 75% of the bondholders to sign on. And they did, because they saw that this government was serious. They saw the plan that we had. They saw Plan Belize. They saw how we're turning things around. And they figured, you know what? Maybe we give the discount so we are sure that we'll be able to collect the rest that is owed to us. And And the money to pay off the super bond is coming from the blue bonds. It's a financing mechanism that was designed by TNC and their banker Credit Suisse. And so Belize will now access some $363 million to pay off these bonds for the following purposes. $301 million for the discounted repayment of the super bond. $23.5 million is a pre-fund for a marine conservation endowment account. That's what it would. We already did save for the future. Remember future focus? This is future focus. We're hoping that by 2040, this endowment fund will have $100 million in that fund. So some of the money, the savings, we did save money in this endowment fund. 18 million as the original issue discount to facilitate a lower interest rates in the early repayments, 10 million as debt service reserve account, and 10 million to cover closing costs for the transaction. So because of Belize's heavy debt load, historic economic performance, credit ratings, and trading levels of the super bond, that implied interest rates in external capital markets for Belize could be as high as 18%. The base blue bond interest rate is around 4.3%, plus the 15% interpolated U.S. Treasury bond rate. So the overall interest rate will be around 6%. On a dollar-to-dollar basis compared to the super bond, the blue bond interest rate is effectively 3.3%. I think I want to stop there because I'm sure I still remember from Mesopotamia, like the words like he can't comprehend. But we could sit down and we could sit down. He actually, no, he's not comprehend. He is in awe. He never know that his government did do all of this right here for the people of this country, including your children, will benefit from what we have done. And we never stop there in savings. Because under Petrocaribe, when we went and the monies that they spent with no accountability, now we were left with a burden to pay. We never cried foul. As a responsible government, they said, okay, well, we have to see what we are doing. And we have a good relationship with Venezuela. And then I sent my negotiators ahead to be able to come and start to negotiate, and it was a furious negotiations back and forth. Until when then Foreign Minister Yvonne Cortes said, Prime Minister, now you have to come to Venezuela. He said to seal the deal. I was in Venezuela for about 13 hours. I get in about 5 o'clock in the evening, seal the deal, and 6 o'clock in the morning I was on a plane coming back. Because we're going to get the job done. And because of that, we had a 65% discount on the $360 million that they had spent. And we make the savings. And it not finished there. It not finished there. Remember when they illegally acquired or took over the ship and company registry? And again, like James Bond movie, and they fight all over the world, where are Paris and London and Mexico fighting over this case. And then the CCJ say, yes, you're guilty, this belongs to them people, and you have to pay them. And what was it that they were asking for? $134 million. Well, we sent our negotiators, and we negotiated hard to settle. And how much did we end up to pay? $76.5 million. We saved another $57.5 million for the people of this country and your children and someday grandchildren. My granddaughter too, before you get excited. So, when we continue to look at these numbers, Mr. Speaker, what we have done with these savings, we have reduced the debt of every man, woman, and child in this country by over $2 That's what your government has done. Now, that crowd over there, no have the capacity, no have the ability, no have the interest to be able to do that kind of thing. Because they had 13 years. 13 years. And look at what happened during their 13 years. The UDP per capita, when PUP left in 2008, UDP per capita, under the PUP when we left in 2008, was $11,332. Then get, yeah, we do that work. We do it. Yes. Well, wait a minute, we don't come to that yet. These are 2008. 2008. Now, the oil that we find, then spend it. The Petro-Caribbean agreement that we signed, then spend it and benefit, which is over $1 billion. And then you borrowed another $2 billion during your time. So there you go, you have $3 billion. Plus the loans and the taxes that you collect, you could probably add maybe another $10 billion. Every year, put it at $1 billion. Just put easy numbers. So, in effect, 10 billion, and $13 billion they had to spend, which they should be investing, which they never invest. They spend. By the time we come to 2020, Mr. Speaker, you know what was the GDP? Thank God you sit down. The GDP went from PUP 2008, $11,332, to UDP GDP in 2020, $10,418. They regressed by 8%. In 13 years, they spending over $13 billion. You know, expect was high school kid would have do better than that. But yet, they got lawyer, they got economists, they got engineer, I think. They got all kind of people over there. But yet, instead you could see growth. You saw a contraction in the spending of the money of this country, of our people. And then they come here to pontificate. They come here to point fingers. Like, really, man? You should be saying nothing. Yes, yeah, but COVID, for them, everything is COVID, you know. Look at actually, yes, we had COVID for 13 years under the UDP because that's why nothing happened. 13 years of COVID. Now, compare it to this government. Okay, we inherited per capita from the UDP of $10,418. By 2025, GDP is $15,600. It's increased by over 50%. 50% in just 5 years. And 2020 and 2021, I mean, still the COVID years. 2022, we still better suffer from COVID. But we never sit down and cry. We never say, oh, UDP left with broke. We never say UDP have to borrow $1 million a day. When the leader of the opposition come and say, oh, that's 700 days borrowing $1 million a day, you are borrowing $1 million a day to keep the lights on. And we are borrowing to invest in this country, to invest in the future of this country, to invest in the children of this Belize. You want to talk? You want to come and make their allegations and pronouncements as if you get it like Moses get the tablets from the mountain? When you're totally wrong. And if you wish, Madam Leader of the Opposition, we could sit down and speak privately and give you the information so you're not going here and embarrass yourself. No, you make them. How do you man August name? What they name? Alberto August. Want to go and expose against you to say I don't know what you talk about. I want to help you. I want to help you. I don't want to make them do that to you. I don't want to do that to you. Alberto Agas, not even measure in my radar. But it does to you because it's the one that you own, and one of you own the most violent things about you. So you don't expel them from the UDP? You don't expel them from the UDP? Huh? You don't expel them from the UDP? Alberto Agas, don't expel them from the UDP, boy. But we don't want you. We don't want you at the PUP at all. So anyways, the point I'm trying to make, Alberto Agas, the leader of the opposition, said that somebody in the PUP, they pay you. You better watch out, Alberto. I never knew you want on PUP, but just like I give you a secret, Alberto, we don't want you in the PUP. We want you to stay over there. You did do a good job. But on a serious note, Madam Leader of the Opposition, on a serious note, any information you feel that you want to clarify, we're prepared to talk to you. We're not going to try to hide anything from you. You started off well. You started off well in supporting. Mr. Speaker, I did not interrupt her, not once. Not once. We are prepared to provide any service. When your government brought a loan to build these schools, I remember when Patrick then become grandstanding here, you never tell you where schools and building of the house because you don't do that. You speak about the loan and what is it, the general parameters of what is going to be done, because you know I'm burdened the house with all of the lot of information. Then it is though your responsibility, if you are so interested in getting that information, you could go to the honorable member from Human Development. She can give you whatever information from her part. You can go to the Ministry of Education and they will welcome you and give you the information. Unlike during all time, we could not visit a single UDP office because they never opened the door to us, but without open government, we don't have nothing to hide. We could have saved a lot of time this afternoon today, Mr. Speaker, if she could have just get, the leader of the opposition could have gotten up and said, you know what, this is a good thing for these reasons, and I support. And the rest, but they never had to open their mouth, because they never said nothing new, but they could have been repeated and said their support. And we could have been, don't look for one finished house meeting. Now they're almost 3 o'clock. Just because they feel that they have to just to oppose for oppose sake, and then try to come and either twist the truth or don't know what they're talking about. Again, Mr. Speaker, I urge both sides of this House to support this loan motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank contingent loan for natural disasters and public health emergencies, US $25 million loan motion 2026. Whereas Belize, as a member country of the Inter-American Development Bank, called the bank, is eligible to receive financing in support of national development priorities, including fiscal resilience, disaster risk management, emergency preparedness, and public health response. And whereas Belize is highly exposed to natural hazards and public health emergencies, including hurricanes, excess rainfall, earthquakes, wildfires, droughts, pandemics, and epidemics, which may place significant pressure on the public finances of the country and require immediate access to stable and cost-efficient financing. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for contingent financing to support the contingent loan for natural disaster and public health emergencies. And whereas the purpose of the contingent loan is to contribute to alleviating the impact that a severe or catastrophic natural disaster or public health event could have on the country's public finances. And whereas this proposed contingent loan will amend and replace in its totality the contingent loan for natural disasters emergency in the amount of $10 million signed on the 18th September 2019 and provides for additional financing. And whereas the execution of the project shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance acting as the executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered contingent loan financing for up to $25 million under the following terms and conditions. The lender is the Inter-American Development Bank. Principal loan is $45 million. Purpose to alleviate the impact of severe natural disasters and public health events in Belize. The loan is for 25 years from the date on which the first disbursement of the contingency loan occurs for each eligible event. The coverage period shall be 5 years from the effective date of the contract and at the request of the borrower and at the discretion of the bank. Disbursement schedule. Disbursement shall be made only upon the occurrence of an eligible event and the fulfillment of the applicable conditions for disbursement. The repayment period to be repaid in 66 semi-annual consecutive and approximately equal installments from the date on which the first disbursement of the contingency loan resources occurs for each of these eligible events. For the rate of interest, the loan will bear interest at a variable rate equal to the applicable SOFR base interest rate, which is currently 3.6%, plus the applicable lending spread of the IDB's ordinary capital loans payable semi-annually on the outstanding loan balance. Drawdown fee paid only if the loan is drawn. A one-time fee of 0.5% of the total amount disbursed for each eligible event. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the Government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the contingent loan will significantly assist the Government of Belize in strengthening the country's financial resilience and capacity to respond promptly and effectively to severe or catastrophic natural disasters and public health emergencies, approves and confirms that the government may enter into the amendment and any additional financing contract with the Inter-American Development Bank for the contingent loan for natural disasters and public health emergencies on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and to deliver the said loan motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a very straightforward loan. This is something that the former government worked with the IDB to have, like you have your credit. You're there at the store, they could say and give you $100 credit. And only when you need something, you go and you get it and then they deduct it from the $100. It's the same principle. The previous government did one for $10 million. Now you may ask, well, why is it that that the government back then during COVID did not tell IDB, well, this is an emergency, so we want to draw down from it. Well, unfortunately at that time, and it's no fault of theirs, or nobody thought that one day we're going to have a pandemic that would literally shut down the entire world. They did not include this pandemics, public events such as COVID. But they did not think about it. Now, our economy is growing, our infrastructure investments have been growing considerably, and the needs of the country continues to grow. So we believe that the 10 million by itself is not enough. So we managed to convince the IDB to increase that credit to 15 to 25 million, so increasing it by another 15 million. And so that, in effect, will say, God forbid if a hurricane were to hit us in September or sometime, we could immediately go to to IDB and say, if a hurricane, we need to draw down from this monies to be able to try to put up the electricity or water or put some tents or whatever for people where hosts lost or disease spread out, because of the flooding. We could immediately go and say for health reasons, we could have access to this money. And it cost us nothing. And I'm sure that the leader of the opposition would know that. It costs us nothing. It will cost us when we draw down. So we need to draw down $5 million. Then we pay on the 5 million, not on the $15 million that would be left. If you remember, we have done something similar also using the IDA funding resources. I think it's another 20 million that we have there, and that one is even under much better terms than this. And this does not affect our debt. It does not increase our debt. It's just a credit line that you have available for times of emergency. So, Mr. Speaker, I really think that this is something straightforward, and I hope and ask both sides of the House to support. Thank you.
Recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Belize is definitely living within a vulnerable hemisphere, vulnerable, of course, to hurricanes, floods, droughts, wildfires, earthquakes, pandemics, epidemics, and other non-abstract risks. It is a real threat for our people, our economy, and our public finances. The opposition recognizes the need for emergency financing. We understand the value of having rapid access to funds when our country faces severe natural disaster or public health crisis, as we saw in COVID. We ask that there is transparency, the gold standard that you promised, Prime Minister, accountability, and at all times, when it comes to these emergency funds, parliamentary oversight. We ask you, Member for Orange Walk Central, to commit that any drawdown under this facility will be publicly reported, independently audited, and brought back to the House for disclosure. We will obviously, in the interest of our country and people, will never stand in the way of having access to emergency financing. But we place on record the need for strict accountability, prudent management, and transparency to the Belizean people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Fort George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the Leader of the Opposition and the Opposition for supporting this motion. It certainly is an example of proper fiscal planning. For all of the reasons mentioned by the Prime Minister, mentioned by the Leader of the Opposition, Belize is at risk for natural disasters, and we have to be able to be ready in the event that we have a hazard affecting our country. Now, I am happy that we are also able to include public health issues, Mr. Speaker, because as the Prime Minister rightly said, the last administration had a similar credit line, but because public health issues, if a national emergency is declared for a public health issue, they weren't able to draw down from this particular source of funding before. Mr. Speaker, also what it also shows is that decisions are being made by data, by analysis, by investment in our institutions that have to forecast weather events, investments in a National Meteorological Service, in a National Hydrology Service, in NEMO. That is what is driving the data-driven decisions that we are making today in the House, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I have to thank the work being done by the Chief Met Officer and his team, by the Chief Hydrology Officer and her team. And certainly I want to also state for the record that even though I know that the forecasts that we're seeing out there is that for a below average hurricane season, we can't take that for granted. We have to stay vigilant. We also have to acknowledge that we will have an extended drought this year, Mr. Speaker. So all of these events are events that affect Belize, they affect our livelihoods, they affect our farmers, it affects the economy. Very recently, Mr. Speaker, if I can just state for the record, there was an anticipatory funding mechanism that was triggered in order to provide some cash advances to farmers in 3 districts, in Corozal, Orange Walk, and Cayo. And this is so that they could have prepared for the extended drought that is being forecasted. They'll be able to invest, hopefully, in water storage mechanisms, in irrigating their fields. I think that there's even some drought-resistant seeds that they'll be able to purchase with some of the funds that were given to them. It wasn't much, but again, it's about forward thinking, forward planning, and being data-driven in terms of the decisions that we are making. So, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to support this loan motion as the Minister with responsibility for disaster risk management, and I thank both sides of the House for also supporting. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to both sides of the House, we move the debate or the reading.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution recommending the appointment of a Contractor General Motion 2026. Mr. Speaker, I move whereas as Section 3.2 of the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6, I think we really want to finish this meeting. I'm jumping again, getting ahead of my time. Mr. Speaker, this is the CARICOM Development Fund, School Development Fund for Corozal and Cayo, $3 million US loan motion 2026, whereas Belize, as a member state of the Caribbean community, is eligible to receive development assistance through the CARICOM Development Fund, the CDF, which provides financial and technical assistance to disadvantaged countries, regions, and sectors within CARICOM in support of additional development, national development, and competitiveness and resilience. And whereas the CDF is implementing its 3rd contribution and subvention cycle 2024-2028, through which resources are made available to Belize in the form of development grants and concessional loan financing. And whereas At an extraordinary board meeting held on the 22nd January 2026, the CDF approved project submissions for Belize, securing approximately $1,800,000 US in grant financing and $3 million US in concessional loan financing for priority national initiatives. And whereas the approved initiatives to be undertaken with the loan financing is the school infrastructure development for Corozal and Cairo project, which seeks to provide modern, safe, inclusive, and disaster-resilient school infrastructure for the Our Lady of Guadalupe RC School in Babapan, the St. Francis Xavier RC School, and the San Antonio RC School in the Corozal district, therein called the project. And whereas the project will support the construction of inclusive and climate-resilient school facilities, the furnishing and equipping of classrooms, the provision of essential learning materials and information communications technology tools, teachers and staff capacity development in inclusive education, gender-sensitive practices, the WASH and related life learning skills, community engagement, and project oversight and maintenance and infrastructure sustainability. And whereas the project is also supported by grant financing from the CDF in the amount of $451,375 US, and whereas the execution of the project will be carried out on behalf of the government of Belize by the Belize Social Investment Fund as the executing agency. And whereas the CDF has offered the loan financing under the following terms and conditions, the lender is the CDF, the loan principal is US $3 million, purpose to contribute to the financing and construction of safe, inclusive, climate-resilient school infrastructure, together with essential learning materials, teacher training, and community engagement activities under the project. Disbursement period. Disbursements are to be made in 3 tranches over a period of 4 years, from the date of signature of loan contract up to the 31st March 2030. The loan term, 12 years, inclusive of a 2-year grace period on the principal repayments ending on October 2038. The repayment period to be repaid in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments of US $75,000 commencing after the 2nd year grace period on principal repayments. Repayment percentages, interest is payable quarterly at 3% per annum on the approved loan amount. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in improving access to safe, inclusive, climate-resilient, and quality education infrastructure, reducing overcrowding, supporting inclusive and gender-sensitive teaching and learning environments, and strengthening community participation and sustainability in the education sector, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with CARICOM Development Fund on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents. Mr. Speaker, I think this is, again, straightforward. We are part of we put money into the CARICOM Development Fund, and so then we are allowed to be able to put monies for grant financing, or projects for grant financing and low-cost loans. And so in this instance, what we did, we asked for this school building for Our Lady of Guadalupe RC School in Babapan, St. Francis Xavier RC School, and then the San Antonio Roman Catholic School in the Corozal district. Again, the project will be constructing is a construction for inclusive and climate resilient school, and it'll have facilities and furnishing of equipment, providing essential learning materials and information communication technology tools. There's teachers and staff, capacity development talking about inclusive education, gender-sensitive practices, and related learning skills, community engagement, and project oversight. Mr. Speaker, I think we on this side, we are satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize and its people in improving access to safe, inclusive, climate resilience, and quality education. It will help to reduce the overcrowding, support inclusive teaching, improve environments, and strengthen community participation and sustainability in the education sector. Again, Mr. Speaker, we are future focused. Everything we do, we look at the future, focus on the future and how the actions that we take today will make sure that we have a better and more prosperous future. And this is one such manifestation of what we're doing. So I commend the loan motion to the House and ask both sides of this honorable House for their support. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to place on public record the opposition's support for this $3 million concessionary loan from the CARICOM Development Fund for school infrastructure development in Corozal and I believe it's Cayo and Belmopan, right? And Corozal and Cayo, incorrect. I wondered, Mr. Speaker, if some consideration could not have been given to St. Mary's School in Belize City. It's your constituency, member for Fort George. I pass there every single day for the last 4 years. And there has been no movement in terms of ensuring that that institution be brought back to some level of functionality so that we can have more children in the Belize City area and Belize District access to St. Mary's School. As I said before, the opposition supports this motion and that we ask that since the Belize Social Investment Fund will be the executing agency, that as is the standard, there will be open tendering, proper procurement, independent monitoring, and regular reporting back to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Fort George.
Mr. Speaker, thanks. Quick intervention. I certainly want to thank the leader for recommending that we invest in St. Mary's School. Certainly it is a pillar of education in Belize City, in the Fort George division, but many, many students from Belize City, from surrounding areas, have gone to St. Mary's. Just a point of clarity, though, leader of the opposition, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has met with officials from St. Mary's, from the Anglican management. It is a school that is managed by the Anglican Diocese, and estimates have been prepared. What needs to be done is known. We have to see where the funding will come from. We're working to see where that funding will come from, but we are going to make sure that St. Mary's comes back the way it needs to come back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thanks for the support to the Honorable Member from Albert. But I'd just like to point out that these loans approvals take months of preparation. So this has been in the works from probably sometime last year. And so that by the time this is approved and then something else come up, it will be difficult to be able to say, okay, we change our mind, we want to do this, like in this case. So as a government, that we still have to fight. In this instance, it was difficult. It was already approved. So it kind of be difficult if we do it. But also, I want to assure you, under SIF, there are very strict rules that has to be followed. So there's public tendering, opening up the tenders in front of everybody. They have to keep within the costs that have been estimated. There's an independent body that goes and physically checks to ensure that they're working. So we do have these very strict, stringent rules when it comes to SIF. So because certain people don't apply for the SIF because they figure, say, you don't make a lot of money. But it's for that reason that we ensure that we follow every step of the process. So, but again, once again, thanks for the support.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution recommending the appointment of a Contractor General Motion 2026. Mr. Speaker, I move whereas Section 3.2 of the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the Contractor General shall be appointed by the Governor General acting on the recommendations of both House of the National Assembly, contained in resolution passed in that behalf. And whereas Ms. Maria Arthur's term of office as Contractor General will end on the 31st of May 2026, and whereas Section 682C and 3 of the Belize Constitution provides that the Contractor General can only be validly appointed with the prior approval of the Senate. And whereas the Senate has on the 3rd of June 2026 approved the appointment of Ms. Maria Arthurs as Contractor General, and whereas Ms. Maria Arthurs is 41 years of age, date of birth 26 July 1984, I don't know if I have to put all of that, and falls within the age limit prescribed by the Contractor General Act, and whereas Ms. Maria Arthurs fulfills the requirements for appointment to the office of the Contractor General as prescribed in the Contractor General Act. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Arthurs be reappointed as Contractor General for the period of 3 years from effect the 3rd of June. Mr. Speaker, everybody that knows Ms. Arthurs know that she's a very highly qualified professional and that and she goes by the book. But at the same time, someone that is prepared to work with you and to show you how to get things done properly within the scope of the law. And I know, I'm told that there was some criticism about her, that she was not presenting her annual reports. Well, Mr. Speaker, just to put on the record to clarify that, the 20th annual report was submitted in December 2022, 8 months after it was the end of that fiscal year was being reported. The 19th annual report, it was submitted in the November 2021, 7 months after the end of the fiscal year reported. And I'm sorry. She has submitted, I was reporting for the previous one, but I'm only going to talk about her. She has done 3 annual reports since her appointment on June 1st, 2023. Her first report was submitted on November 10th, 2023, which was 4 months and 10 days after she was appointed, and bearing in mind that she was not even a Contractor General for the period being reported. Her second report was submitted on July 30th, 2024, which is 4 months after the end of the fiscal year being reported on. And her third report was submitted on June 30th, 2025, which was 3 months after the end of the fiscal year being reported on. The point is that Ms. Arthurs have been making her annual report as is expected of her and as expected under the law. I urge the support of all members for Contractor General Maria Arthurs. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we are speaking about the same person, but I know her as Mrs. Mencias, Maria Arthurs Mencias. And I had the opportunity to sit with Mrs. Mencias at the orientation. Oh, she does? Well, I've always referred to her and interacted with her as Mrs. Mencias. So, but for the purpose of the motion, Ms. Arthurs, on occasion of the new parliamentary term, when there was an orientation facilitated by the clerk of the National Assembly and her team. And I can attest that having had an opportunity to meet with her, to talk with her, that she is indeed a consummate professional who delivers her work and delivers on time. There are no clear provisions in the Contractor General's Act, as I understand it, as to when her report ought to be submitted to the National Assembly, but she has established a standard for herself, which is 3 months after the particular fiscal year ends. And to the best of my knowledge, Ms. Arthurs has maintained that standard that she has established for all of us. I have no difficulty, and neither any members on this side of the House support Ms. Arthurs' contract being renewed as the Contractor General. And I should have checked with you, Member for Cayo South, because I'm sure you interact with her quite a bit. Oversight is an imperative when we're using public funds. And we have moved with quite a bit of haste in getting this contract renewed. Perhaps with good reason, because we have a lot of contracts that are now being issued and projects underway. The question we have, Mr. Speaker, is when are we going to see a new ombudsman? It's been quite a few months now. We have heard nothing on the reappointment of an ombudsman. And we think that all these elements, all these professionals, all these institutions are critical to the overall health and functionality of our oversight mechanisms, particularly because we are utilizing the public purse, utilizing public funds, utilizing taxpayers' contributions to the consolidated fund. And so as we support this motion, we also take the opportunity to urge the government to move with some level of urgency in appointing a new ombudsman to office. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, thank you very much to the leader for her support. But she mentioned on the issue of the ombudsman. I think if she had been following up what's taking place is that the former ombudsman brought a paper to cabinet and he just signed on to something we never really think it's true. So based from meetings that he was getting from the EU and other group, where they are converting now the ombudsman office to a human rights office. which will then assume the work of the ombudsman. But it's quite complicated. I think we're biting more than we could chew. It's really, really complicated. So as it is right now, the Attorney General is taking a look at it and trying to see what kind of legislation we'll have to put. We will not be able to put the person who will head that office will have to be a trained attorney. That's one of the things. And they have a whole slew of other things that they'll be responsible for. But it's important to point out, though, that despite the fact that we do not have an ombudsman, the ombudsman's office is open. So people can still go there, they can still lodge their complaints, and the people there can still be able to help people. So it's important for the Belizean public to understand we may not have an ombudsman appointed at this moment, but the office is open to help and to assist the Belizean people. And the reason we don't have an ombudsman is because it is under his tenure that came to cabinet and said, this is the way we want to go. And, you know, when we agreed on it on the surface, but now that we're looking at what all it requires, it's a lot. It's going to be a lot. So we met with the unions yesterday with NTUCB, and they brought it up, and we explained it to them, and they understand, and we're trying to do our best to be able to get that going as soon as we possibly can. So I can assure you that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution, Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the motion be taken through all the stages forthwith. We really need to get Ms. Waters back into the office to continue her work. Thanks.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Joint Public Accounts Committee. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Joint Public Accounts Committee.
Mr. Speaker, this is the adoption of the report from the Joint Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2016 to March 2017. Mr. Speaker, I move be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Joint Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year 2016 to March 2017. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in my capacity as Chairperson of the Joint Public Accounts Committee to present this report. First, I'd like to thank the government side because it's really the third chair led by the opposition, an initiative that started with the zealous fighting, the zealous battles prior to 2020 when you had the member from Kaya South pushing to have this PAC become JPAC, led by the opposition, and today we on the opposition side have the opportunity to chair it. It's really a milestone achievement. We give gratitude, we salute Prime Minister John Briceño and his team for acknowledging the importance of having a robust opposition. I also thank the members of the JPAC for their uncompromising work, their diligence, their attendance. Special mention to Senator Janelle Chanuna. She has been the fire behind the JPAC, ensuring that every meeting is held, every deadline is met. We truly appreciate it. I also wish to thank the Auditor General, the Accountant General, the Financial Secretary, the Brigadier General, and all public officers who appeared before this committee and assisted in this work. Thanks also to the staff of the National Assembly. Madam Clerk, you are exceptional. Parliamentary Clerk, Mr. Grant, we appreciate it as well. The JPAC is one of Parliament's most important House committees. It is entrusted with examining how public funds approved by this National Assembly are managed and accounted for. Through its work, the committee seeks to ensure that public resources are utilized lawfully, efficiently, transparently, and in the best interest of the Belizean public. This report represents more than an examination of financial statements. It reflects Parliament's commitment to accountability and good governance. The committee's role is to bridge the gap between audit findings and public accountability by ensuring that the issues identified by the Auditor General receives proper scrutiny and the recommendations are made to strengthen the public financial management. Mr. Speaker, in carrying out its review, the committee held a public hearing. We examined both the AG report and we used the evidence presented before the committee to find several issues. Among the most serious findings was the Auditor General's continued disclaimer of opinion on the government's financial statements. This means that sufficient evidence was not available to enable the Auditor General to express an opinion on the reliability of those statements. The committee found that missing records, inadequate source documents, unreconciled accounts, and non-compliance continue to undermine the integrity of the government's financial reporting. The committee also identified concerns relating to the omission of government assets from the financial statements, unreconciled discrepancies in government accounts, weakness in records management, shortcomings in bank reconciliations, and concerns regarding the management of certain Belize Defence Force funds. Additionally, the committee heard compelling evidence regarding the challenges faced by the Office of the Attorney General, the Auditor General, including resource constraints and operational obstacles that affect its ability to discharge its constitutional responsibilities effectively. While the findings contained in this report are serious, the committee's objective is not merely to identify deficiencies. Our objective is to promote solutions. Hence, the committee has advanced a series of recommendations aimed at strengthening financial accountability across the government. These include measures to improve record management, enhance compliance with financial reporting requirements. Importantly, the committee also recommends reforms aimed at strengthening both the JPAC and the Office of the Auditor General. The committee believes that effective parliamentary oversight requires adequate legal authority, technical capacity, and timely access to information. One issue that deserves special mention is the continued delay in completion and examination of the audit reports. The report before us examines matters that occurred almost a decade ago. Such delays significantly reduce effectiveness of parliamentary oversight and make it more difficult to hold individuals and institutions accountable. The committee therefore strongly supports measures to accelerate the preparation, submission, and examination of public accounts and audit reports. The work of the JPAC is not about partisan politics, it's about protecting the public purse. It's about ensuring that taxpayers have confidence that their money is being managed responsibly. It is about strengthening public institutions and reinforcing the principles of transparency, accountability, and good governance. The committee firmly believes that strong accountability systems contribute to stronger public institutions, greater public trust, and better outcomes for our people. The recommendations contained in this report are intended to support those objectives. On behalf of the JPAC, I respectfully commend this report to the House and encourage all ministries, departments, and public bodies to give careful consideration to its findings. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Kaya South.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Just a short couple words. This committee, I believe, and I've always believed, is one of the most important committees in Parliament, in government. And now, with the experience of working with the opposition, I can say, and my colleagues that join us on the team can say that it's been a good experience. I hope that we continue working the way we have been working. We have our differences of opinion, which that's normal. But at the end of the day, both sides are realizing that government has a lot to do to be able to make the system work better. Just as a reminder to everybody, this report is for the year 2016 to 17. It was when the UDP was in government. That has to be clear. And our time will come when the Auditor General's report on our performance will be tabled to the House and we could have a comparative. That's very important. But a lot of the problems are systematic problems that are there that we have inherited, both governments have inherited, and to a certain extent we have ignored it. Because when you're in government, I have come to experience, you have a lot of responsibilities in the ministries, you have a lot of work to do. In addition to being an area rep, it's overwhelming at times. And we don't give the necessary attention to the structure of government. I think we should give more attention to that structure because it will enable future ministers to perform more efficiently. And we ministers and future ministers need to learn how the system works. And it's hard to learn how the system works if you have varying laws that apply to the same problem. And so you get an opinion from the Attorney General, you get an opinion from the Contractor General, you get an opinion from the Auditor General, and at times they are conflicting, and they're all right because they are specifying different laws that apply to the same problem. I would like to remind the Belizean people that we are still following, to a large extent, laws that were written in the 60s or 40s. So our financial regulations conflict with the FARA. And so when an Auditor General goes to do a review, what does she rely on? Is it the store orders? Is it the financial orders? Is it the FARA? And if you look at each one independently, they're a bit different. Our hope is that with all of this analysis that is being done year after year, and if we analyze it properly, the recommendations given by the Auditor General is the same every year. Not enough information, not enough cooperation, the laws are not adequate to suit our needs of this present time. And the social partners, the opposition and government, we are now realizing it. We are now appreciating it a bit more. And I think we have to take it a step further, and we have to act. We have to lobby. We have to do it step by step, but we have to do it. It is important for the governance of Belize. When you're in opposition, you kind of like it because you can speak openly about things that are not working. And then when you're in government, you kind of not like it because they're speaking about your term when you're here. It's human nature. It's understandable. And that the fact that we'll be in government for maybe the next 5 terms, I think we have to make sure that it works. You see, we don't agree on everything, but that's fine. Prime Minister, I would like to say that the PAC is functioning, but the PAC needs help. The PAC needs the government to put a little bit more resources towards investigation. The PAC needs to make sure that each ministry does their due diligence and submits the information that is requested of them. As I said, these reports are a reflection of the UDP, so you won't have that. But hopefully when it comes to our time, we can produce what is being asked for, and the work should continue in a more positive way. I am positive in this, and I think we should all be, and I would like to commend the chairman and all the members from the opposition. I think the social partners have added a little bit more chispa to the group, and I would like to thank our fellow members from government who find time to be able to be there and participate. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to provide my input on the work and report of the Joint Public Accounts Committee for the fiscal year April 2016 to March 2017. I acknowledge the work of the Joint Public Accounts Committee and all those who have participated in public hearings, who have continued to participate in the process. I want to acknowledge the work of the present chairman of the committee. Parliamentary oversight, as we all know, is the cornerstone for our democracy, and the work of JPAC is critical, absolutely critical, to ensuring transparency, accountability, and the stewardship of public funds. This report, and I haven't had a chance to go through it all, but it does reveal a number of findings that I believe it's important for the Belizean public to be aware of. Mention, as the chairman of the JPAC has said, the almost ongoing position of the Auditor General, the disclaimer of being able to have an opinion on the government's financial statements because there is critical records and supporting documentation that were either unavailable or not provided. In simple terms, the Auditor General could not verify whether the financial statements were accurate or not. This is the most serious form of audit financing and should concern every Belizean taxpayer, and I am no exception. Second, the report identifies a culture of non-compliance. Public officers fail to provide information required by law. Only 4 of 25 accounting officers submitted arrears of revenue reports, and only 1 provided actual figures, and simply not acceptable for any administration. Third, the committee highlights financial discrepancies in various departments. And I guess the fact that we haven't been able to act to hold people to account is alarming and should be alarming for all of us. The report points out, Mr. Speaker, systemic weaknesses that continue to plague the financial management system, and it's a system. And when I served as chair of the JPAC for a very short time, we had a number of meetings with the Auditor General, with the Accountant General, with the Financial Secretary, with AOs, with FOs, and with the Minister of Finance himself, so that we could at least come to some agreement that the system needed support. We saw issues, and this report specifically speaks to poor record keeping, inadequate storage and retrieval of documents, weak reconciliation of bank accounts, lack of integration between government revenue systems, and insufficient support and resources provided to the Office of the Auditor General. There is a piece of legislation that I understand is sitting at the Solicitor General's chambers that provides or seeks to provide greater autonomy for the Auditor General's office. And we believe that the time is now that piece of legislation be brought forward and ratified by this National Assembly. The committee in the report has made some sensible recommendations, in my view, including strengthening the independence, but more importantly, the capacity of JPAC, improving the powers and resources allocated to the Auditor General's office. Things like digitizing records and integrating revenue streams and ensuring greater compliance. Compliance, compliance, compliance. These recommendations deserve the full attention of all of us in this National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to say that indeed it is our view that accountability for the public purse can never be seen as a partisan issue. Whether these findings relate to the previous administration that I was a part of or the current one, our duty, our sacred duty as parliamentarians is to ensure that public resources are managed lawfully, efficiently, and in the best interests of the Belizean people. The lessons we learn from, and we urge the Belizean people to stay alert, to stay engaged, to participate whenever they can in discussions that focus on public expenditure, that includes public resources. We expect action. We should expect action. We expect transparency. We should expect transparency. We expect consequences for misconduct where misconduct is found, and reforms where weaknesses are identified. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, commit that those of us on this side of the House will continue to work closely with our colleagues on the government side and our social partners to ensure that the recommendations laid out in this report are accepted, are implemented, so that at the end of the day, monies that are entrusted to us in the good, for the good of the people for the greater good of Belize must be properly accounted for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Fort George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief because I commented on the report this morning. I think Madam Clerk said I spoke a little too soon. But I wanted to state for the record very clearly just a couple of matters. Number one, the public must know that this report is referring to the period April 2016 to March 2017. We can't stress that enough. The reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is because the findings in the report by the Auditor General and the recommendations coming out of those findings have to do with the record keeping during that time, have to do with how records were kept during that time. And we know that the previous administration was a bit reckless, I'll use the word reckless, with the way they were spending money, with the way they were accounting for the spending of that money, and the records that they were keeping in the different departments, ministries, etc., that were reported on. So, Mr. Speaker, let us be very clear that we, on this side, support the work of the JPAC, and we hope that every single year is looked at. When the Auditor General brings out a report for 2017, 2018, that report is looked at by the JPAC. Let's not just dismiss it. Because the former chair, the member for Mesopotamia, raised a matter, and it's right here, I don't know if it's in this report, but it is one report, that he tried to table a resolution saying, let us just forget about that time and move forward. We don't want, and the public does not want to forget about the time of the UDP reign of terror, Mr. Speaker. And that has to be looked at. So we expect that that is done by JPAC. We welcome the recommendations that JPAC is bringing in terms of digitizing files. That is ongoing currently. Transparency, accountability, leader of the opposition, that is something that is a hallmark of what is happening right now in the public service. So we need to make sure that we continue to meet those benchmarks, and we want the JPAC to look at that time, especially the lead up to the 2020 elections, because we know that a lot was going on in all of those ministries at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Joint Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the year April 2016 to March 2017. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the resolution recommending the appointment of the Contractor General, motion 2026, pass this day. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred to the House, to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing order, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on that motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from Select Committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 82/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution recommending the appointment of a Contractor General, motion 2026. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Arthurs be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 3rd June 2026.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Arthurs be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 1st June 2026. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the National Health Insurance Authority Bill 2026. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal the NHI provisions contained under Part 7 of the Social Security Act, Chapter 44, on the substantive laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and place them under this act to establish the administrative framework and other necessary mechanisms to enable the provisions of equitable, accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare services to all eligible persons for the attainment of universal health coverage, to facilitate people-centered healthcare that meets the needs of the population, to promote efficiency in healthcare administrative operations, to enable sustainability through appropriate allocation of resources in healthcare in collaboration with the ministry responsible for health, and to provide for matters connected herewith. Mr. Speaker, when I introduced the paper, the bill, I went through an extensive explanation, but I just want to highlight some of the things to remind our honorable colleagues that this bill basically advances universal access to healthcare, ensuring that every Belizean, regardless of income or location, can have access to essential services. It reduces the current inequality that we presently have in the system, where only those who can afford private care receive timely quality treatment. Again, this bill protects families from catastrophic health expenses that pushes households into poverty. Many Belizeans currently face out-of-pocket payments for medical, medication, diagnostics, and specialist care. This bill directly addresses this burden. Investing in a national health insurance now prevents higher long-term social costs such as illness, disability, and lost productivity. It's strengthening the healthcare system. It's establishing a dedicated authority that allows for better coordination of services, improve accountability and oversight, standardized care nationwide. The National Health Insurance Authority, or the NHIA, framework enables efficient purchasing of services. They pool all the purchases that they do to have power in bulk purchasing, and they reduce duplication and waste. It is, again, an evidence-based policy direction that we're taking. Belize already has positive experience within the NHI pilot programs. It shows that increased access to primary care, improved patient satisfaction, better health outcomes in participating regions. This bill builds on what already works, scaling it nationally rather than reinventing the system. And a healthier population also, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, leads to a higher productivity, reduced absenteeism, lower employment healthcare burdens, and businesses can benefit from a workforce that is fit, healthy, and insured. National health insurance systems globally are linked to stronger economic stability. Again, this bill aligns beliefs with the modern healthcare systems worldwide that emphasizes universal coverage. Countries with national health insurance schemes consistently achieve better public health outcomes, greater equity in care access, and to address the members of the opposition, some of the concerns I think that they've spoken about, that it will be too expensive. Preventative care under NHIs reduces costly emergency treatments later. Its structured financing allows for predictable and manageable spending rather than chaotic out-of-pocket burdens. The second one is that government cannot manage it effectively. Well, the bill establishes an independent authority, not just a ministry control system. In this case, even the opposition have been sitting on the committee and now, in this case, the authority. It has built-in governance, auditing, transparency mechanisms that strengthens accountability. There have already been cases where clinics have been penalized for trying to bill for what they should not be billing. In some instances, there are one or two pharmacies that they have taken them off the system because they ended up giving more medicine than what is required just so that they could, quote unquote, make the sale. So it is being managed effectively and efficiently. And I want to add something. We are not in any way suggesting that we are competing with the Ministry of Health. What we're doing in this instance is that when you go to the hospitals, many times you see 200-300 persons there. And in most cases, of those 200 or 300 people, maybe 20% should be in a hospital. All of the rest need to be in a clinic. You got a cough, you feel bad, you feel dizzy, you have fever, you have diarrhea. These things that a clinic could look after. And so by you coming into these clinics, you ease up the burden on our secondary and tertiary hospitals, and then allows for those that really need the services very quickly can then get that service. And also, what we have allowed also is that the Ministry of Health has also put in bids to be able to provide, using their facilities, their clinics, to provide these services. And several times they have won the bids. I mean, I think in Belize City I was using this, Mitchell Roberts, that is used as a good example of where the public sector is competing against the private sector and being very successful at it. And like that, I think there are other clinics that are also applying to provide services under the NHI coverage. So I just want to make that very clear, that we're partnering with the Ministry of Health, and I say we because Ministry of Health is also a part of this, and where we are going to be the authority through finance is providing buying the services, and the Ministry of Health is setting the standards and ensuring that those standards are met, and through the NHI authority, they ensure that the monies that are given to them are spent correctly and that every dollar is accounted for, every pill that they have is accounted for. Again, some in the opposition said that may disrupt private health care. Well, this system partners with private providers also, so it does not replace them. It's actually, for instance, Belize Medical Authority Association, Belize Medical Associates, they have a clinic in Arinjoak, the northern region, Medical Plaza, Northern Medical Plaza, they also have one. Reyes, that has one, they also have applied. So it's not that we're displacing them. Actually, we're using what they have and could be able to use our monies wisely and not be duplicating everything that we do. So it creates a more stable, predictable payment stream for the healthcare providers. And what's important is equity and inclusion. This bill ensures rural and underserved communities receive equal access. It reduces disparities that affects low-income families, the elderly citizens, people with chronic illness, and we, with the National Health Insurance, Mr. Speaker, this is a long-term vision for Belize. It's not something that just for today or for tomorrow. This is not just health reform. It's a part of long-term nation building. It's an initiative for nation building, Mr. Speaker. A strong health system supports education because healthy children can learn better. National resilience, pandemic readiness, God forbid a pandemic, if your people are healthy, it's more difficult for them to get sick or to get sick really bad, and it also provides social cohesion. There is an important part I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that many people are not aware on NHI. NHI provides special services for elderly. Our elderly need special attention. It's not just about going to the hospital, or I got a headache and so forth. They require a lot of. So, and I'd like to feature the Mercy Clinic in Belize City. It's a flagship NHI program that delivers dignity and quality health care for the elderly. The elderly in Belize, as I said, have been long overlooked. And many of them have multiple chronic illnesses. And most of them have either no income or limited income. So the NHI rollout has made Mercy Care Clinic a national model on how to serve the aging Belizeans with respect and effectiveness. And at the NHI, we ensure that our elderly in the district towns have a Mercy Clinic. We're still working on trying to open up these clinics outside of Belize City to provide the services for the elderly. The Mercy Care is specialized. It's not a generic care. Mercy Care is designed for geriatric needs, managing polypharmacy, which is multiple medications that they have to take, the fall risk, memory concerns, and mobility issues. This is not a general clinic retrofitted for seniors. It is built around them. They have free medication and consistent follow-up. Under NHI, elderly patients at Mercy Care receive regular prescription refills without co-pays. No more skipping blood pressure or diabetes medication because their money ran out. We give it to them free. We reduce the hospital admissions because Mercy Care provides routine checkups and early intervention. Seniors are less likely to end up in the emergency room with preventable crises. And this means fewer traumatic hospital stays and a better quality of life. It also provides social and emotional support. The clinic environment actively combats isolation, a serious but often ignored health risk for the elderly. The staff, they know the patients by name, and appointments become point of human connection. So the Mercy Care Clinic is proof that the program does not just talk about protecting the elderly, it actually does so with measurable results in health outcomes and patient dignity. So I'm sure that there are members probably in this cabinet, in this honorable house, or we know some family that have one of their relatives or elderly mothers or grandfathers or grandparents that are accessing these services. And if you know anybody any elderly person, we should encourage them to go there, because then they get specialized services for them. And not just go to any regular clinic, but a clinic that's made for them. And so, and the healthcare personnel at the Mercy Care Clinic, they visit their patients at home when they can't come to the clinic. They even have Meals on Wheels and offer them physiotherapy. So the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, and to everybody in this honorable house and for those that are listening, the NHI is not an abstract government program, but a concrete lifeline for Belize's most vulnerable citizens and a dignified system of care for its elderly. I really hope that we can get the support of both sides of this house for this really, really good undertaking. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge the work of Dr. Andrea Tager. When the Mercy Clinic was established in this country, the healthcare service protocols for the elderly were established by her. Her approach to healthcare was not only about the physical well-being of the patient, the mental, the emotional, the spiritual. I come from a family, Mr. Speaker, that have invested their entire lives in public healthcare service delivery. My parents studied in Jamaica, and my father traveled back home with his young family to ensure that he could make his contribution to public healthcare services in this country. As children, we traveled through the length and breadth of this country, particularly down south and in the Belize rural communities, so that my parents could offer healthcare services in communities that did not have access to any. I say that with a great deal of pride. It is from the lessons of this service to country that has brought me to this National Assembly. I say that to reassure every Belizean who can hear the sound of my voice today that I support universal health care for all Belizeans. Indeed, it is a long-term vision for a country that is developing. Healthcare ought to be people-centered, and it ought to start with prevention and treatment and specialist services and palliative care. That certainly was the vision of Andrea Tager at the Mercy Clinic. And it certainly was the vision of Dr. Leroy Tega as a young upstart that came back home to give his life to service. Those of us on this side firmly believe that every Belizean deserves access to quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare services. Healthcare should not be a luxury. It is not even a privilege. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, it is a fundamental human right. We support the strengthening of our public healthcare system that seems on a daily basis to being dismantled. You can pass any roundabout on any given day, and there are families out there asking for donations so that they can access health care. You go on any social media platform, and there is fundraiser after fundraiser after fundraiser for people who are in need of health care. Primary care is currently not accessible to every Belizean. And even more concerning is that secondary and tertiary health care is out of reach. Mr. Speaker, I had an occasion a couple weeks ago to use the services of Belize Healthcare Partners. As I was walking into the reception area, a prominent educator from a private tertiary institution, academic institution, who has self-declared to be a stalwart supporter of the People's United Party, shouted at me and said this, Mr. Speaker, leader of the opposition, when are you going to stand up against the National Hustle Insurance? I was embarrassed because I know him well, a contemporary of my father. And I said to him, could we have this conversation privately? He said, something has to be done because all of us support access to health care. But that piece of legislation that is now being put in place is dangerous for this country. Mr. Speaker, the bill indeed raises serious concerns regarding governance, regarding accountability, regarding sustainability, and yes, Prime Minister, regarding equity. It is our duty as legislators to ensure that any policy decision that we institute and any laws that we put in place that is passed by this House serves the best interests of our Belizean people, and not merely the interests of those who occupy the seat of power. One of the most troubling aspects of this bill is the absence of sufficient evidence to justify the structure that is being proposed. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're now moving from a National Health Insurance Commission that became the procurer of services to a National Health Insurance Authority that serves as procurer, serves as provider, serves as regulator. That's what the bill suggests. And while it may not be the intention, until we take on board the concerns that were tabled at the National Health Insurance Commission meeting regarding certain provisions, then we are doing our Belizean people a disservice. Mr. Speaker, the bill that's being presented today fundamentally changes the role of the National Health Insurance. As I said before, historically, NHI was designed primarily as the purchaser of healthcare services. And as it is now, 80% of those services are being procured from private healthcare facilities. And 20%, we can name one, Matron Roberts, two, the Mercy Clinic, are considered public healthcare facilities. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I come from a family that has given, I want you to hear me, our lives to healthcare service delivery in Belize. The public healthcare system that should be providing primary healthcare services is being overlooked. Can we perhaps use a portion of those resources that are now being allocated to procurement of services to invest in public healthcare facilities so that they can provide universally the primary health care for all Belizeans? Why can't our public health care system work? Why can't our clinics be improved and better equipped and better resourced with healthcare practitioners? Why is it that we have to lean now on private institutions to give basic health care? It makes no sense. It is the Ministry of Health that has or should have the responsibility for regulation, for monitoring and supervision within the national healthcare sector, within the national healthcare system. I attended 2 meetings of the House Committee that looked at this bill, and I asked the question, where is the Ministry of Health? The Ministry of Health was not present for meeting number 1, and the Ministry of Health was not present for meeting number 2. And so when I asked, well, who is the mover of this legislation? They said the Ministry of Finance, because this is about buying services. It's not about delivering health care. And so I said, well, where is the representative from the Ministry of Finance? No one from the substantive ministries attended. They're supposed to be the movers of this legislation, attended or found it necessary to attend any of the 2 committee meetings. Why are we, the question is, creating overlapping mandates? Why are we establishing parallel structure that risk duplication, inefficiencies, and for a large part, confusion? Why? Who ultimately will be held to account when things don't pan out the way it is envisioned? The bill, Mr. Speaker, centralizes an alarming amount of authority, time and time in provisions, the place broad powers in the hands of one minister. The board should be responsible for oversight, yet many critical decisions remain subject to ministerial approval. This imbalance, Mr. Speaker, weakens institutional independence. Strong institutions are built upon checks and balances, not upon the concentration of power. Belizeans deserve a healthcare system that is protected from political interference and political favoritism. Many of us sat in this house when the member from Kayo West raised the issue of Benke, where we were contracting a provider that didn't even have a shingle up, had no place to deliver services, when there was a public healthcare system, a public healthcare facility inaugurated in the memory of 2 young Belizeans who gave their life in service for this country, who was overlooked in terms of the provision of services. Transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker, are glaring weaknesses in the legislation. We are being asked to approve an authority that will manage tens of millions of taxpayers' dollars, because truth be told, it's now being funded from the Bolido proceeds and from the public purse. But this piece of legislation provides an avenue for a parallel funding system to be established so that citizens will be taxed for healthcare services. And if you are a pensioner, you get taxed twice. double whammy. The proposed NHI budget has increased from $40 million to $75 million. That's not a small increase. It's not a nominal increase. It's a significant increase. And it should be increased so that as many Belizeans can have access. But what we don't know right now, even with the passage of this new piece of legislation, is how are these funds being spent? Who are receiving these contracts? What are the outcomes to be achieved? And how are we going to measure success? You see, Mr. Speaker, what we don't want is another LIU. After the government has invested significant amount of monies without any oversight, without any analysis, without any assessment of impact, pulls the plug on 523 Belizeans. This potentially can pull the plug on thousands of Belizeans. The bill gives significant authority to the institution, to the authority to borrow money, borrowing powers. Any institution, my friends, empowered to borrow money, monies that they have collected from the taxpayers, must be subject to rigorous oversight and safeguards. It can't be. We will rely on the input of one minister. We have seen enough in our region and beyond where poorly managed public entities become liabilities for future generations. That is not what we want for a healthcare system in Belize, starting with primary healthcare. I'm talking about if you have a cold, or if you have a headache, or you hurt your foot, or you have a sprained hand, primary healthcare. What happens when you need dialysis? What happens when you need oncologist screening? Because that's what Belizeans are screaming for, if you pay attention. What happens when you need an MRI, not an ultrasound? We must not create another mechanism through which public risk is socialized while private benefits are protected. Mr. Speaker, we're also concerned about provisions that contemplate taxes on a nation that is struggling to keep our heads above water. Future contributions, levies, and other funding mechanisms. I heard the Prime Minister in an interview he gave recently. That is down the road. This piece of legislation doesn't say that. It gives, once passed, if in 2 months this administration wants to introduce taxes and fees, it will be able to do that. not according to the legislation. Those things will be handled via regulations, which we know requires just the stroke of a pen. If this government intends to impose new financial obligations upon Belizeans, we should have the time to plan for it, and you should have the courage to be honest and to state so plainly to the Belizean people. The promise of NHI is to expand, and I repeat, access to health care. But how do we determine the levels of service to be provided under this new mechanism? Provisions within the framework raises concerns about patients being tied to registered providers. So why is this an issue? What happens when a patient becomes ill away from home? What happens? What happens when a farmer from Corozal is working in Cayo? What happens when a student from Toledo West is attending school in Belize City? Healthcare systems should be designed around the needs of patients, not administrative convenience. Accessibility means that wherever you may get ill, you will be able to access services. And if there's a solution, the Belizean people have a right to know. Mr. Speaker, the issue of equity also deserves careful attention. Questions have been raised regarding the allocation of resources across different regions of the country. If one region receives substantially greater funding than another, the government must explain why. I think we have a classic case of this between Cayo and Orange Walk. Healthcare resources should be distributed according to need, according to population, according to service demand, and in accordance with measurable outcomes. Every Belizean deserves equal opportunity if we're going to do it right. And I believe that is what both sides of this House would like to see happen. But the piece of legislation that is being instituted does not sufficiently answer the concerns not just of the opposition, but all the members of the National Health Insurance Commission. Bar none. Bar none. And I will tell you, when I asked the questions in the committee, the chairman of the NHI Commission said, I asked a question, a simple question, had the updated bill been given to members of the commission to sign off on? Because they had raised a number of issues, and there's an entire report on the issues that they raised. And the answer I got is that if they wanted to see the updates, they could have gone to the website. Unacceptable. And so I call Member for Orange Walk East. I called the CEO in the Ministry of Health, and I said, help me. Help me understand, why is it that such a significant piece of legislation would not get the sign-off from the very members who are tasked with the oversight? And his response, well, I never gone at the meeting. Hands off. That's a matter for the Ministry of Finance. Now, I have great respect for CEO Sabido. I think I'm probably a stalker by now. I call him almost every day, and he's gracious enough to answer my calls. I call him for basic services that should be provided for citizens under the public healthcare system that they can't have access to. And you know, I think everybody in this house knows what my greatest pet peeve is. Proof of birth. My God. Proof of birth. I can't pray? I can't pray in this house. All right. I can't pray. It is your birthright. It is your birthright. And to be fair to the CEO, he's as frustrated as I am. And every time he gets a call from me, he calls KHMH and he check with you on cycle. And if you don't stay on the case, the two babies that I have waiting now, one West Bay and one Williams, still have not been able to get access. And why is this important? It is important because a baby, to access national health insurance through the National Health Insurance Scheme, must have a social security number. Truth. And if you don't have that number, then what happens? You can use the social security number of your parent for 2 months. 2 months. And after that 2 months, if you still have not been able to sort out your proof of birth for your baby at the institution your baby was born at, and normally, my cases are with KHMH, that baby does not get access to NHI, does not get access to healthcare services under the NHI scheme. I have a baby, and the member from Belize Rural Central will know of that case. The baby essentially was dying before our very eyes, was malnourished, had to be put in the hospital. The baby had to be put in social services because the young mother was not able to support the child as she needed to. And whenever she tried to take that baby to the NHI clinic in Albert, there was an issue because of the social security number not being available, because the child could not sort out his birthright. Equity. That is equity, my friends. Before this young baby has a chance to thrive, the system is working against him. And it makes me angry. And it should make you angry. And that is why this NHI insurance coverage is so absolutely important, that we get it right. Why is this legislation moving toward privatizing public health care? Why? There's no need. Let us make the public health care system so robust that we can then use NHI to extend services to those whose days are numbered because they need dialysis or they need oncology screening or they need an emergency operation. I can tell you the stories. I live them every day in my constituency. And I pick up the phone and I call in nauseam, so much so that KHMH knows my number. Now, is that she again? Yes, I'm me again. Because it should be, when we talk about equity in the system, Prime Minister, it should not be that a area rep has to pick up the phone and challenge the system so that somebody can have access to needed health care. Private providers, undoubtedly, they have an important role to play within our national healthcare system. However, public healthcare facilities must not be neglected as a result. Cleopatra White, that's where you went, member for MESOP? And they gave you that tour, member for MESOP? And we did what we could to help. Why? When we have resources available, equity in the system, access for all Belizeans. Government clinics and polyclinics remain a lifeline for thousands of Belizeans. A strong public healthcare system is an imperative, is the baseline to ensuring universal access that we want for our citizens. The goal, in our view, should be partnership, strengthening the partnership, not a replacement. Strengthening public health care infrastructure must be a national priority. And the member from Port Loyola knows exactly what I'm speaking about. Healthcare reform, Mr. Speaker, is too important for us to get wrong. The bill requires, and if the former minister was wrong, he was wrong. Because the one thing I will not do here, Prime Minister, is play with the health of a Belizean citizen. Healthcare reform, public healthcare services is too important to get wrong. And the bill, in my view, requires greater consultation. Because I asked about that as well in the meeting that I attended of the committee. And I was told by Dr. Figueroa, the chairman of the National Health Insurance Commission, I was told by him, well, they don't have an obligation to consult outside of the membership of the commission. That's not their job. So the UDP by way of Dr. Michael Pitts, has a seat on the commission. And so the expectation is that Dr. Michael Pitts, without any resources, must canvass this country to speak with UDPs from Corozal to Toledo, from Cayo to Belize City, because that is not their responsibility to consult. Nonsense. Unacceptable. It was Dr. Figueroa's view that they don't need to consult with the unions. NTUCB has a representative on the commission, but they cannot, without the resources allocated, do the consultations countrywide. Man, not even, and if it wasn't so serious, it would be laughable. Not even with the Ministry of Health. And I know that because I have access to the minutes of the meetings of the commission where people are railroaded because they bring legitimate concerns to the table. It is my view, member from Orange Walk Central, that the bill requires further consultation. It requires stronger governance safeguards. It requires enhanced accountability mechanisms. And it requires a clear demonstration that the proposed model will in fact improve healthcare outcomes for Belizeans. For the avoidance of any doubt. Because I hear the propaganda already. Rubbished. For the avoidance of any doubt. The opposition unequivocally supports universal health care access for all Belizeans. And we stand ready to work with all the relevant parties to support meaningful health care reform. It's in my bloodline. It's in my bloodline. We stand ready to support policies that indeed improve access and quality and affordability and the big one, equity. But we simply cannot endorse legislation because it carries a label of healthcare reform. Our responsibility collectively is to examine the details. Our responsibility collectively is to ask the difficult questions. Our responsibility collectively is to ensure that Belizeans receive, not promises, Mr. Speaker, but results. In closing, healthcare should unite us. Healthcare should unite us, not divide us. It should inspire confidence, not uncertainty. It should also place the interests ahead of politics. For these reasons, while we support the objectives of universal health care, while we support expanding health care in every municipality and district through the length and breadth of this country, we remain deeply concerned about the structure the governance, the accountability, and the sustainability of a national health insurance that excludes or does not empower our public healthcare institutions. We all deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off before I get into my prepared remarks, and I think the leader of the opposition kind of tried to lead us into a direction, and I never want to get into the words they said to me just now, but I think she was a bit unfaithful to the truth. The reason, Mr. Speaker, the legislation as it is written has been the same as under the SSB for 25 years, only now that it is expanding governance. And maybe I should ask the leader of the opposition, when you all were in government, why did you all not do this as what you are now proposing? But let us not get into that back and forth. I also want to make a clarification, Mr. Speaker, because the leader of the opposition make it seem as if NHI is replacing the functions and the roles of the Ministry of Health. Let me be absolutely clear, and for the clarification to the Belizean people, the regulatory functions of all health systems in this country falls under the auspices of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And what NHI actually does as well, Mr. Speaker, remember, NHI has key performance indicators that it provides and a set of packages of care, while the Ministry of Health provide other levels of primary care service across this country. But I also want to remind the leader of the opposition, because she used an analogy where I think she referred to a farmer from Orange, or from the north, or Corozal, I think she said, working in San Ignacio, as if that farmer may not be able to access any service at all. Not because you are an NHI member in Corozal, for example, at the Corozal Community Hospital, we have a Corozal Polyclinic that is an NHI provider, a public one. And if you need services and you are working in San Ignacio, you have access to any of our government facilities across this country free of cost. And so the child who she referred to at 2 months can also get access to any government service facility that free of cost that he or she needs to access care. So there's no barrier. And you could, yes, that is exactly how it works. The NHI has a system that is connected, so they all are able to track the services being provided. So let us get that clear. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of the National Health Insurance Authority Bill 2026, which is a transformative piece of legislation that represents one of the most significant healthcare reforms in Belizean modern history. Something, for sure, the UDP could have never done. It had to come. It started under the PUP, and it's expanding and rolling out under the PUP. At its core, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about fairness. It is about equity, Madam Leader of the Opposition, and it is about dignity. It is also about ensuring that access to health care is determined not by the size of one's wallet, but by one's need for care. As we know, for far too long, Belizeans have struggled with a healthcare financing system that have left many families vulnerable to catastrophic health expenditures. And the reality is that many patients living with chronic illnesses such as hypertension and diabetes, have been forced to spend hundreds of dollars every month on consultations, medications, laboratory tests, and specialist services. And let me highlight, Mr. Speaker, that it is estimated that some patients could have faced monthly healthcare costs of approximately $600 billion. But under the NHI and the new National Health Insurance Framework, these costs can be reduced to less than $50 a month, and in many instances, to no direct cost at all to the Belizean people. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, establishes the National Health Insurance Authority as an independent statutory body dedicated solely to the administration and purchasing of healthcare services. It removes the program from its existing arrangement and create a more modern institution focused exclusively on achieving universal health coverage for Belizeans. Again, we will repeat, the authority will function as Belize's strategic purchaser of healthcare services. Through the single-payer model, it will consolidate purchasing power, reduce fragmentation that currently exists, and improve efficiency. It will help to regulate costs and increase transparency throughout the healthcare system. And this is not merely an administrative change. It is a structural reform designed to deliver better outcomes for patients while ensuring better value for public resources. So, Mr. Speaker, the success of the national health insurance is not theoretical. Let's put that in perspective. We already have evidence from the services currently being delivered under the NHI program. And allow me to highlight the remarkable progress, Mr. Speaker, made in ophthalmology services under NHI between 2020 and 2025. During this period, and I hope they are taking note, during this period, more than 7,600 diabetic eye examinations were provided to Belizeans living with diabetes. Over 1,090 cataract surgeries were performed. More than 735 retinopathy laser surgeries were completed to prevent blindness among diabetic patients. More than 2,200 pairs of eyeglasses were provided to elderly citizens. And more than 1,850 school children received eyeglasses to improve their educational opportunities and quality of life. That is what NHI is doing for the Belizean people, Mr. Speaker. The impact has been extraordinary. Annual investment in ophthalmology, that word sometimes twists my tongue, services increased from approximately 61,000 in 2020 to over 770,000 in 2025, demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, that this government commitment to expanding access to specialized care. Behind every one of these numbers is a Belizean who can now see clearly, an elderly citizen who regained independence, a diabetic patient who avoided blindness, or a child whose educational prospects improved because they could finally see the classroom board. Mr. Speaker, the growth in primary healthcare services under NHI is equally impressive. Data from April to November 2025 shows that NHI providers collectively recorded between 20,000 and 25,000 patient visits every month, with a peak of 25,727 visits in October of 2025. These figures, Mr. Speaker, demonstrate the growing confidence of Belizeans in the services provided under the NHI program, and underscore the importance of strengthening and institutionalizing this system through the establishment of the National Health Insurance Authority. Yes, in 10 months, 250,000 visits. That's the amount of people we are seeing and having access to health care. These numbers, Mr. Speaker, are not statistics alone. They represent mothers receiving prenatal care, children receiving vaccinations, patients managing chronic diseases, and families accessing health care closer to their communities. Mr. Speaker, this bill also supports a philosophy that we firmly believe in. Prevention is better than care. And I know you support that position, Madam Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Authority will prioritize primary and preventative care while, of course, expanding community-based services throughout Belize. Approximately 320,000 Belizeans are expected to benefit from contracts already being signed with clinics across the country. And I want to highlight there too that when you talk about the public sector, Madam Leader of the Opposition, let me also inform the Belizean public that we now will have 7 new public sector service providers that fall under the NHI. There's a new polyclinic that will be provided in Orinjoa. We also have in Belmopan, we will have the Cleopatra White will also be a polyclinic, an NHI provider. The San Ignacio Community Hospital is also an NHI provider. The San Antonio Clinic in Cayo is also a provider, and the Duck Run Polyclinic. So these are all new clinics that have been added that are from the public sector to continue to provide excellent service. As I said, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the new contracts being signed across the country, this means as well that we will have Belizeans who will benefit from earlier diagnosis. This means better management of chronic diseases. This means fewer hospital admissions, as the Prime Minister highlighted in his presentation. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this means we have to have a healthier Belize. The National Health Insurance Authority will also introduce greater accountability and transparency. As the strategic purchaser, the authority will establish clear standards for providers. The authority will also establish clear standards for providers, negotiate fair reimbursement rates, regulate pharmaceutical costs, and ensure that public funds are used efficiently to achieve the best possible health outcomes. This reform reflects international best practices, Mr. Speaker, in health financing, and aligns Belize with global efforts to achieve universal health coverage. Most importantly, it reflects our government's commitment to social justice. Healthcare is not a privilege for the few. Healthcare is a right for all Belizeans. And today, we are laying the foundation for a healthcare system that is more equitable, more efficient, more sustainable, and more responsive to the needs of the Belizean people and our Belizean families. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Authority Bill 2026 is a bold step forward. It's a step towards universal health coverage. It is a step towards financial protection for families. It is a step towards better health outcomes, and of course, is a step towards fulfilling our obligations that every Belizean, regardless of income, geography, or circumstance, can access quality health care when they need it. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, wholeheartedly support the National Health Insurance Authority Bill 2026 and respectfully urge all Madam members of this House to join me in supporting its passage. I thank you.
As the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my whole approach to this, to the NHI, when I introduced it, when I discussed it earlier, and my wrapping up, has always been this firm belief that the health care of our Belizeans is beyond partisan politics. And I was really hoping that the leader of the opposition would have also taken that position, that it is not partisan politics. But for her to be able to nitpick and just trying to create this illusion, because it's an illusion that she's trying to create. I say an illusion because you ask the people that visit the NHI clinics, every one of them, every single one of them will tell you that they are happy with the service that NHI provides. And it's really a shame. And then to use her mother and her father must be turning in his grave to see how she's talking when he was also a very good doctor, and your mother, and believe in access. And now here is a program, a system that is giving access to every single man, woman, and child, access to primary health care, and then she tries to railroad what we are trying to do. All of these things that she has been talking about, they were in government for 13 years. One, what did they do? Nothing with NHI. They kept it as it was. And then they tried to push it, Pablo Moraes tried to push it in Corozal, mostly in Corozal North, Corozal Bay, and then a little bit in Corozal Southwest, because his colleague, the other doctor, was the representative. And that's that small area. And to show you, when she talks here about how we spend money, that very same budget, Mr. Speaker, we took that very same budget and expanded and covered the entire district of Corozal and provide more services than that we are doing. So if anybody was stealing or hustling from it, it was them. The very same money that they budgeted to give in those two areas, we covered the entire district. I know she won't come and talk about the hustle. The hustle was on that side. That is why she now they try to say, go and talk about hustle. It's a shame. I really hope, as I see said, waiving her credentials of her parents, I thought that she would have had a totally different approach. I am happy that the Minister of Health has clarified the role within the national health care. We have shared on the different roles. NHI is responsible for putting the advertisements, is responsible to ensuring that they get the money to be able to pay. It's responsible to ensure that these doctors and nurses are providing the services that they are being paid for. The Ministry of Health, they are the ones that sets the standards of what is expected in a clinic and what these doctors and nurses are required to do to provide good primary health care to our citizens. They are the experts in that. And then NHI, the authority, they are responsible to go and negotiate the best possible price. And then go and check, because they go and check regularly They get surveys regularly from people that go. And if people complain, they go and check on them. And then they go and check. If the place not properly clean or light up, they are penalized. That is what they do, ensure that that kind of standards is being done and that we will be able to get money, value for money that we are spending. That's the difference. So when they go to go a clinic, they go do what you call bulk purchasing. So if you are going to look after 4,000 patients, or you're going to have 5,000 patients, then you can then take that cost and then you look at the cost. You buy wholesale as opposed to retail. So when you go to a private clinic, you pay $50. I think we pay, what is it, for $12? No, it's about $12. $12 they pay to the doctor. Why? Because the doctor is assured that they got about 4,000 patients coming in.